on, I don't wanna lose my bag.
Okay.
Next to each other.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll call the meeting to order. Joint Stockton City Council and San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors meeting of January 27, 2026 is now called to order. The time is 9:03. Please join us for a moment of silence, silent reflection or silent prayer. Thank you. Mayor Fugazi, would you lead the Pledge of Allegiance?
Everyone stand. Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Rochelle, would you call the roll call, followed by Stockton City Council, roll by the Stockton City Clerk?
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Gardia?
Present.
Supervisor Canepa?
Here.
Supervisor Ding? Here. Supervisor Rickman?
Here.
Chair Dollywall?
Here.
Thank you. I'll now turn it over to Madam Clerk from City of Stockton.
Councilmember Padilla.
Present.
Councilmember Ponce is absent. Councilmember Enriquez.
Present.
Councilmember Villapadua.
Present.
And Mayor Fugazi.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next business of order is conduct a public interview for the appointment of one position to the San Joaquin Regional Transit District Board pursuant to Government Code Section 50060.1. Stockton City Council, San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors Joint Appointee. Position number 5702 for the term of January 22nd, 2026 through January 22nd, 2030. The item is listed on the agenda. I will turn it over to County Administrator Sandy Regalo.
Thank you, Chair. So I will go ahead and begin the interview process. I would like to thank the candidates, Stephen Castellanos, Aaron Edwards, and Geneva Morad. I will have a few questions, and we will ask them to answer them in a random order for each question. So we'll go ahead and get started. Just wanted to confirm. So I will go ahead and ask the question, and you will see it up on the screen. So for the first question, I will ask Stephen Castellanos to come up. Mr. Castellanos, can you please explain your interest in the San Joaquin Regional Transit District, your qualifications, and your understanding of the role as a director?
Great. Well, for the last few years, I have served as a board member and would like to continue serving. Right now, I'm out of the job, but that's what I'm here for, is to continue to offer my assistance to the transit board. I have found Stockton is very fortunate to have an excellent board and an excellent transit system, and I'd like to make sure that I can continue contributing what I can to maintain that excellence and continue to improve the service the board offers to our citizens.
Thank you. Next, if I can have Mr. Aaron Edwards. And it would be the same question. Please explain your interest in the San Joaquin Regional Transit District, your qualifications, and your understanding of the role as a director.
Thank you.
My qualifications is I'm a lifelong Stockton resident. I'm a community and public servant. I've served on many boards for the city and the county in the representation of the chairman of the board, vice, and so forth. I also have the understanding of the RTD system, being that I was a former employee of RTD. So I know the inner workings of how the system thinks, what works, what doesn't work, what needs to be implemented. My passion is for the community, not just to make the community thrive, but make an impact on the community. And so if I am chosen today, I walk in knowing that I have a big shoe to fill, which is from all of you, but also knowing that the community comes first, and that would be my focus and drive.
Thank you. And next, we will hear from Geneva Morad.
Good morning, everybody. So the reason I'm here, because when I was younger, I ride the RTD bus. That was the way to get to work and school. I educated myself by going to the bus. It was not a choice, it was a must. So I want to be able to utilize everything that I went through in that age. I went to college, educated myself, and I'm a community advocate. I advocate for the community. Applying for a board, I'm here to advocate and be the voice of that community, bring diversity to the buses. So when somebody gets on the bus, they can understand there's different languages on the bus. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next question, I will ask Mr. Aaron Edwards to come up first. And if you could please share what you believe are the primary objectives for the Regional Transit District.
The primary objectives of the district is to serve the community with adequate rideshare options, budgetary restraint, and also community resolve, meaning that RTD represents a lot of stakeholders, government agencies, nonprofits, ride shares, so forth. RTD commutes from not just Stockton, but goes to Sacramento, goes to the Bay Area. And so when you see that name RTD, that's what it represents as a whole. And so you need leadership that understands the branding of that name. And you need a refocus of that branding. And so that is the primary objectives, along with physical responsibility of not just maintaining a healthy budget, but also not wasteful spending. When you have wasteful spending, then you come to a lot of occurrence of trying to play catch up. And we can't afford to play catch up in these day and ages where you have technology that is ever driven for our new buses that are in play. You have hydrogen technology, electric technology, and those things cost money. And so you have to put physical responsibility at the forehand when you are creating visions and plans in order to do day-to-day operations. And so that is part of the primary functions.
Thank you. Next, we have Geneva Morad. And same question, share what you believe are the primary objectives for the Regional Transit District.
To provide reliable transportation, safety, operating, and help for us, the taxpayers, to save our money by giving primary choices of transportation services in San Joaquin County. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, we'll hear from Mr. Castellanos with the same question, please. Share what you believe are the primary objectives for the Regional Transit District.
The primary objective is to serve the citizens of the county and our communities. The I think it's important to recognize that this is a partnership between the city and the county, the city of Stockton, and its other communities, and the county itself. And so that partnership is critically important to maintain that quality of service. As a lifelong local resident, I was born and raised in Stockton, and raised my family here. And so the quality of our community and the quality of our transportation is critically important. My kids are all grown now, but of course they utilized public transportation to attend private schools. We went to St. Mary's High School, as I did, and relied on public transportation to help them get to school on time. I'm as well as having practiced architecture here, along with my wife, who is also an architect. I've also served as a statewide public servant. I was the former California state architect. I was appointed by Governor Gray Davis, and as a result of that appointment, it was my job to lead policies for safe, accessible, and sustainable public schools and buildings, as well as public services as well. Buses are important for public schools, and so as you know, we see, not only do we see public buses, but you see school buses that serve our students and our community as well. I served as a former San Joaquin Delta College trustee for 12 years, and so again, the reliance of public transportation on public transportation is critical. I've served on a number of other boards and commissions locally. For example, I was the former chair of the Stockton's Cultural Heritage Board, where we had strong ties to our communities, to youth in general, to all the local institutions that rely on public transportation. I served special needs populations as well as an architect and as an appointee, as a former executive director of the California Commission for Disability Access. California, as you know, like most communities and states, has a large population of disabled citizens that rely on high-quality public transportation. We know that transit has to work for everyone, including seniors and people with disabilities, and we're fortunate in this community to be served by a system that does serve our disabled population. Transit, as we all recognize, is the backbone for healthy communities, and it connects education, jobs, healthcare, and small businesses of all types. And it bridges agencies, and it aligns priorities and focuses on service delivery, not just politics. We are a great community in a great location that relies on public transit in order to help our communities serve the needs of our citizens.
Thank you. So for the third question, we will start with Geneva Morad. Okay. Please tell us what you believe are the biggest threats to public transit.
The biggest threat will be fundings. We want to make sure we have funding every year to continue having transportation. Without fundings, we cannot run. There's no operations. So without the fundings, we cannot be able to take our family to school, or your children, or go to work. So we want to be able to provide the fundings and make sure by outreaching, connecting with the community, so we can be able to continue writing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Stephen Castellanos. Same question. What do you believe are the biggest threats to public transit?
Well, funding, of course, is going to be a critical issue, but there's more to it than that. Obviously, the quality of our staff and their training is critical to any organization. I ran a business in Stockton for 40 years, and I'm acutely aware of what that means in maintaining a successful business that provides the highest quality service, and that's what we're after on our transit system here. As I said, I've served on the transit system already for nearly 5 years, and leadership and training has been the most critical issue that I feel helped us maintain that level of quality of service that provides our citizens with what they need to get to work and do their shopping and everything else that helps Stockton maintain its quality as a great city in the valley.
Thank you. Then we will hear from Mr. Aaron Edwards. Same question. What do you believe are the biggest threats to public transit?
So I look at it in a three-tier system. From a 10,000, level system here, we have funding. But what does that funding look like? That funding is just not for operational purposes. That funding is also for training. How is staff trained? How much are they trained? How much do you pour and reinvest into your individual staff to serve the community? That's a threat. The second, I look at a 30,000 level, which is your ride share. Inadequate ride share use, routes that don't make sense, or underutilized routes that don't make sense. And so you have to go in and actually use data to look at what makes common sense. And sometimes it's not just about using the big buses that RTD uses. What else can you do that actually changes the game and say we can save money adequately while providing services? And then third, which I look at the 100,000 square foot level, is adaptability. If we are not adapting to the times, if we are not adapting to our stakeholders, then you're going to fall behind. And in recent years, a lot of complacency has happened and a lot of unadaptability has happened. And so those are the threats that I see to public transit.
Thank you. Then on to question number 4. We'll start with Mr. Stephen Castellanos. Can you tell us what is your understanding of the future of public transit?
My understanding of the future of public transit is making sure we continue to remember how critical it is to our community, to our citizens, to employment of all types countywide. The notion of public transit and its reliability, which is critically needed, its quality of service, the quality of the equipment, is something we all have to remember, and so something we have to actually look to our transit systems to be able to assure our public that that the safety and that reliability, is maintained, will be maintained, and is something they can call upon for themselves, their families, their employment on a continuing basis.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Aaron Edwards. Same question. What is your understanding of the future of public transit?
My understanding of the future of public transit lies in two areas. One, it is your equipment, new technologies, and the use of those technologies and equipment, training staff, training the public on how to use those technologies, whether it's apps where you can book your ride shares that you need to do, or e-bikes where you can partner with different cities in order to make more efficient use of our environmental pathways that we actually have in this beautiful county that we live in. And the second is more of adaptability. Adaptability in how we think, adaptability in our day-to-day operations with RTD and how we go about things. Those are the two critical things that are going to push ride shares up. Those are the things that are going to make stakeholders happy and reconnect back to the community. There's a big disconnect, and right now we have to bridge the system itself back to the community so that way the public can use the rideshare options that RTD has, along with the stakeholders being proud to partner with RTD.
Thank you. Next, Geneva Morad. The same question. What is your understanding of the future of public transit?
I would like to say increase more routes, places that the buses are not going through. I'm from the south side, Stockton, and I know this is really dangerous. Sometimes a lot of people don't want to ride the bus or they're afraid. So safety, making them feel safe, making sure when they get on the bus, they be able to speak different language or about, something that has their language so they understand how to get from the locations. Reducing the air pollution is one of my number one things. RTD has doubled the numbers of trips local, so I would like that to be increased. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the interview questions. I will turn it over to the clerk of the board who would like to say something.
Thank you, County Administrator. Through the chair, I do need to make one quick correction to the agenda title as listed on the agenda. It referenced Government Code Section 50060. The correct reference is Public Utilities Code 50060. Thank you, Chair. I turn it back over to you.
Thank you, so noted. Board members, council members, Madam Mayor, any questions? Anybody?
Just to review the process. If you can review, have your clerk review the process.
Is your mic on?
If we could just review the process, because I know the county and the city do things slightly different, but as we move forward from here.
Through the chair, Mayor, the process is for board members and council members can ask any additional follow-up questions of the applicants, discuss amongst yourselves who you may want to make a motion and a second to vote. We do need to receive public comment if there's any public comments, and then I'll go back to the board and the council for a motion, a second, and a majority vote until there is a successful appointment or re-advertise.
Thank you.
Chair, I have a question.
Yes, sir, please.
So my question for the candidates. So, after COVID, ridership has been down. So the first part of the question is how would you increase ridership? The new technologies, we finally started putting, the express route. They didn't check fares for the longest time. So it's important that I think 18 cents of every dollar is the only part that the fares actually pay. So the part of the question is how fiscally would you make sure that that the fares are actually collected and made sure that they get to RTD? And then the third one is with the evolving technology that we have, and those big buses are not real good on our streets, especially the double-decker buses. So one of the questions you need to look at is if it's wearing off our streets and the ridership is not there, do you get smaller buses? You know what I mean? Do you run smaller buses on routes that aren't as busy and fill those buses instead of having things that are detrimental? Because we have a hard enough time at the city of Stockton, and everybody knows, keeping pavement and roads nice. So there's kind of a three-parter. How would you increase ridership? How would you make sure that the fares that are being collected get to where they need to be? And then, other options instead of having those big behemoth buses with not a lot of riders. Kind of beating up our roads. So is that all right, Chair?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anybody else? Vice Chair Ding?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kind of a statement and a question. This isn't Stockton Regional Transit, it's San Joaquin Regional Transit. For a lot of the taxpayers and voters in my part of the county, which is half the land mass, but, a fifth of the voters, they don't have transportation with this system. You can call up a hopper to go out to Lockford if you want to go to the mall, and you call a day ahead of time, and you're home by 5 and so forth. But for anyone to use this on a regular commute for work, it's unavailable. Thornton, We have kids out there that cannot compete in after-school athletics because they have no ride home. It is not accessible to them as well. So just a note that that's how it's viewed in the north and east part of the county. And then they look at, empty buses rolling around. And I understand, and I've talked to the director and said, well, if you look at the buses at 6:30 in the morning and 7 when people are going to work, those are full. Well, that's great. So send a bus out to the other side when those buses are empty. What we see is a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse of the system. If you take the total budget, the millions that are spent divided by the ridership, and then the damages it does to the roads, as well. So I would like to, hopefully that the new board doesn't manage the current system as it is, but looks outside the box and figures out how to make this work for the whole county.
Through the chair, if I may, we'd like to invite each of the candidates up to respond to the questions posed by Supervisor Canepa.
Thank you.
Thanks. So we'll first ask Aaron Edwards, and I believe I'll summarize his questions quickly, and if I'm wrong, Canepa, you can correct me. Your questions were in regards to increasing ridership after COVID, ensuring that the ride shares are distributed evenly, and then addressing the impacts the larger buses have on the streets and potential alternatives.
Collecting fares and holding the ratepayers accountable, so that, the second part. Thank you.
So I thank you, and I can address both questions and concerns, being that I was in the department that looked at the data and looked at how to increase ridership. One thing is this, and I alluded to it in my comments, is that you have to look at alternatives. So when you have these big buses and they're tearing up the roads, they're not being filled, RTD has smaller vehicles that you can use, smaller buses, vans, and you can actually make a greater impact on the environment versus using these big buses, honking down more traffic, ruining the streets, creating more potholes and so forth. That doesn't address the needs of the community. And so you have to look at other options. The second and more prevalent is fares. So a lot of the kiosks at the terminals, especially on the local 40s, were being damaged. And so you have to create a digital app where riders can get on the bus, they tap it just like you do tap and pay, and then you'll have adequate pay versus spending the tens of thousands of dollars every time to continue to fix the kiosks that then get broke 2 or 3 days later. And you're just occurring waste of spending. As far as increasing ridership, you can partner with nonprofits, you can partner with schools, you can do incentive programs with local businesses such as Starbucks. Everyone loves coffee or tea. Everyone loves food. You can do different monthly prizes that actually gets people excited and more involved. You can go to nonprofits and actually deal with clients. So when I worked at RTD, I would go to a few local nonprofits and say, hey, you have clients that ride the buses. I want to help them get from point A to point B. And so that is something that needs to happen on a wide scale, not just in the city of Stockton, but countywide. You can always help nonprofits increase visibility, which will increase ridership. And to your point, Supervisor Ding, RTD's solution was the Vango and the hoppers, and then they took away the Vango. What you would actually need to do is bring some of those services back, but make them more cost effective and make them more community effective, to where when you're going out to Thornton or you're going out to Linden, you actually have adequate services, because we're all paying taxes on these buses. So you need to create a whole scale, wholesome approach to how people actually use the buses versus just pinpointing how you actually provide services. And so if I am selected today, that is actually one of my goals to do within the first 6 months is to rework that system, because you go to Tracy and their services needed in Tracy. You can go to Manteca and their services needed, but it has to be cohesive. It has to be in a partnership and not adversarial.
Thank you. Next, we'll invite up Geneva Morad to also respond to the questions raised by Supervisor Canepa regarding increasing ridership, fares, and alternatives to the large buses. And since Mr. Edwards has also already addressed Supervisor Ding's comments, we'll also ask how you would address the lack of service in the North County area.
So we're run by fundings. So the operations needs to be provide the most members' rights. For instance, the funding that comes in, we have to make sure the operations, so big bus, oh, sorry. Thank you. Can you hear me now? So it will be less money to the taxpayers. And your question for you right now is the rural area. So it's hard for the bus to go there. So that's what I'm coming in to bring that up to the table. That's for it. Thank you.
Thank you. And last, we'll invite up Stephen Castellanos to also respond to increasing ridership, fares, large buses on the city streets, and addressing the lack of service in the North County areas.
Well, one of the things to note, I think, is that Stockton currently now has a local, and it's true for the district all the way around, does have a local bus service 7 days a week. So it's not that we're just covering 2 or 3 days or whatever. The organization does recognize that people go to work, people have to shop, kids go to school. I was on the Delta College school board for 12 years, and it was really clear to see that making sure that you have a reliable transit system. Delta doesn't have its own bus system. It relies on public transportation. Making sure that you have consistent 7 days a week service for students who also work is a critical need. It's also interesting, when you take a look at bus service throughout our community, throughout our service district, it often looks as though a lot of our buses are empty for a good part of the time they're on the road. And in fact, we all know that they're not empty. It's just that the service timing operates in a way where the people go to work at different times. Early in the day, you might have full buses. Midday, you have empty buses. But what really is going on is the same thing as we see in our automobiles when we use them. The service is there to meet the needs at any given time that our riders need. They get on and they get off throughout a route, and they rely on reliability, but they also rely on that variability of the kinds of service that can meet their needs throughout their travel time. Like I'm saying, some trips are short, others are long. Demand changes by stopping, by time. All that variability is what a transit organization has to find ways of meeting. And I think we're fortunate that we have good leadership, good boards in our public transit systems in our county that I feel do find ways of meeting those needs. That also means that as I said, the schedules have to be reliable. We have to do everything we can to avoid any extra cost. And critically, I think we have to help people plan their day in terms of reliability and cost. I think one of the things that's interesting to note is that transit itself, the buses we see, they work like roads and freeways. They're not always full, but they stay open because people need them when the demand arises. And so meeting that need, finding ways to meet that needs, and maintain that reliability is part of the job for a transit system, a board like that I've served on. And that reliability, I think, is what our ridership countywide really relies on.
Thank you, Chair. I'll turn it back over to you.
Thanks, Michelle. Anybody else? Thank you. Yes, please, Councilmember Padilla.
So I recognize that providing services to our community are necessary, but sometimes those services come at an extreme cost. And right now, during our economic times, things are going to be more difficult. Funding is going to be more difficult. So I would like to see how would this board reduce or take a look at what we are utilizing now with the future of less funds, meaning what can be reduced or how could we cut back financially with regards to funding, because that is a common thing that's going on right now.
Thank you. Anybody else? Michelle, would
Chair.
you like to take that?
Thank you. We'll invite up first Geneva Morad to respond to the question regarding what future cutbacks could be implemented as costs may be reduced. I'm sorry, funding may be reduced.
Working in nonprofits, we look for fundings, connecting with the community, bringing information to nonprofits, oh my God, sorry, I was gonna speak Spanish, I apologize. Communicating with the community, trying to keep the same fundings. For instance, if we make 46 million last year, but we have 3.5 writers, I wanna make it up to 4.5 million writers the next year with the same amount of income. So teaching the community how to take the bus, approach them in the way that will be cheaper and it will keep the same amount but more. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll invite up Stephen Castellanos to respond to the same question regarding addressing future funding cuts.
I'm sorry, addressing what?
Future funding cuts.
Okay. We're talking about public transit, and as a result of that phrase, we have to understand what that means. I mean, our transit system in this area, for the board that I serve on currently, comes from a number of different sources, from the federal government, from the state, locally as well. We have agencies that participate. You know, I mentioned Delta College, for example, that does participate, you know, by in assisting in the funding for their students and employees. But the notion of how we rely on being a component of a publicly funded agency is a critical notion. I mean, one is we have to work closely with local government. You all know this. You're elected, and you know your citizens. Many of them are part of our ridership, and we rely on you to help us understand the ridership needs for our communities, for our citizens, and so that we can meet those needs. And we do. As a board, as I said, I'm on the transit board myself, we do the best that we can do to meet with our citizens on a regular basis, to understand what those needs are, you know, for everyone that can benefit from public transit in whatever way we can do it. That means we have to keep our equipment itself healthy and reliable. And if you get a chance to go down and take a look at our how we do that, I mean, we have a very large plant on the east side of Stockton where we do just that, to keep our equipment safe, reliable, attractive, and I think, you know, all of us on the board and our staff are very proud of what we do to make sure that our ridership in our communities see that public transit system as something that they can be proud of, they can rely on. I think any good system does that. We also, rely on our appointed and other electeds throughout the nation that contribute to public transportation to help us do just that. Public funding needs are variable. Not every community is the same. Not all the equipment that we're talking about is the same. We talked about large equipment, small equipment. It's all relates to the type of community we have and the type of ridership we have. It's kind of interesting to talk to local communities and see how that variability affects the cost of transit in general, and what communities think their citizens would like to see in terms of our leadership as a board, and trying to create better communities by making sure that transit for them serves their needs in a way that not only just gets them to work in school, but really something they can take a look at and be proud of in terms of how their communities are being served by those decisions that local electeds in the transit systems can gather information and make better decisions and better funded decisions.
Thank you. And lastly, we'll invite up Aaron Edwards to also address how he sees dealing with future funding cuts.
So, Councilwoman Padilla, I thank you for that question, and it was also something I alluded to back in the original questions. So there's two ways you can go about that. One, you can offer discounted fares to help alleviate cost, and RTD does do some of that now. Not a whole lot, but they do some of that now. But the part that I feel would be best beneficial would be to partner with your stakeholders, your nonprofits, and help create grant funding that would go for ridership purposes. One thing I know, they've done it in Philadelphia, they've done it in New York, they've done it in LA. They have actually come together with stakeholders and filed for grant funding strictly for ridership of those that are in need. When it comes to as yourself being a teacher, you're always looking for students to be able to get to school and get home, get to practices, be safe, go to the mall, shop, so forth. You have to put grant funding that goes alongside with community safety. And so partnering with the police department, partnering with the sheriff's department, partnering with highway patrol, you bring these entities in, work grants, partnering with the fire departments for safety first initiatives. And then you're able to not only help cure the cost of fees and those that can't afford fees, but also you're bringing a holistic community approach back. As far as if this was services in the rural areas, you're partnering with your county fire departments, your city councils in Lodi, or restaurants, and you're actually putting a plan together that best serves everyone in need. One thing that we don't do as a society is we don't go and talk to people and to find out what the needs are. If someone is working, I have a store and I have 4 kids that are working, I don't know what their needs are until I talk to them. And so going back to grassroots, common sense, communication, grant funding, partnerships, that's what's going to cure that cause.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Michelle. Are there any comments from the public related to this item? Anybody from the public?
Nate Knott, 1021 West Acacia Street in Stockton. I had not intended to speak today, but I do want to make a couple quick points. interest of knowledge for people, I'm the former director of planning for San Joaquin RTD and worked there for 17 years. And I'm going to make some very important points about transit service. And it's something I've studied since I was a 9-year-old in 1966 when they were going to discontinue the California Zephyr. Instead of reading Dr. Zeus, I was studying about the Interstate Commerce Commission and the State Public Utilities Commission. If you want efficiency in transit where you're giving the taxpayers the biggest bang for the buck, you want to run big buses. Because if you run small buses, you discourage ridership, number one. Number two, during COVID, that would have been almost a non-starter. You had people sitting too close together and you'd have no ridership. I can remember when we put the articulated buses out on Route 40, and Stockton's the smallest city in the United States to have operated those type of buses. We were running 10-minute frequencies up and down Pacific Avenue, and I remember one time I watched 3 buses, and this is with the conventional size buses, I should add. We came to Delta College, Pacific Avenue southbound. I saw 3 buses in a row board standing room only. Now, if you had not had big buses, it would have taken, instead of 3 buses, it would have taken about 10 or 12 or 15 to have that kind of ridership. 75% of the cost of operating transit is paying for the driver's wages, the mechanic's wages, and the dispatcher's wages. Those wages are the same whether you're maintaining a 60-passenger bus or you're maintaining a 12-passenger bus. The bigger buses are much more comfortable to ride on and they're much more attractive. And transit passengers deserve to have good equipment that's going to, if you want transit to be effective from a standpoint of fare recovery ratio, you want attractive service that attracts riders. The way you attract riders is frequency of service, good geographic route coverage, and buses that attract ridership and efficiently can carry a large number of people with a low amount of fuel and a low amount of wages per vehicle operated. And the Route 40, by the way, has had nationally ranked statistics. If you take the ridership per vehicle, Route 40, in its heyday in 2019, was carrying as many people as every railroad car in Metro North Railroad out of Manhattan, New York. You wouldn't accomplish that with small buses. The other thing, if you're worried about air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions, you're going to get 5 times the efficiency of pollution emissions out of a big bus that you will out of a small bus. The little hopper buses burn about the same amount of fuel and pollute more than the big buses.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you.
Isn't it supposed to be about the?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Hearing none, board members, council members, is there a motion?
Can I speak?
Yes, please.
Okay, so just comments. First of all, I want to thank those that applied for this. Increased ridership. What we have to admit is that we do have empty buses. I have a constituent that lives in District 4, just down the street from Mr. Knott, who literally keeps track of buses. In the morning, she says, yes, there are young people on the buses, but there's a speed hump in front of her house. So when the buses come along, it makes her house shake, and she would look to see how many are on there. And like I said, she has a whole calendar of ridership. As Supervisor Ding pointed out, there is waste. We know that there's waste, whether or not there's an internal audit that's been done where people from the organization ride on those buses. But even if you look at people's bottom lines, you look at a restaurant might be only open breakfast and lunch because that's when they have people who are going to eat, or they might take a break between lunch and dinner because there's nobody coming in between 2 and 5. They do that because they want to be efficient with their time. They want to make sure that they're meeting their bottom line. The other thing I'd like to point out is that, funding. I know COG, we've got a number of members here that are on COG. COG offered $600,000 for transfers, and that was not accepted. And I guess what this is leading to is what we're doing is not necessarily working. I agree with the app, doing like in Costco, you do, boop, you just hold it up, it goes. And to encourage that, you give a discount or a free. That's how I got on Chipotle's app, because I got free guac and chips. Okay, so you offer something for using that app, just being real on that. Accessibility, we have to look at our elderly, we have to look at our non-English speakers, and safety is huge because that's what I hear from people, from parents that were concerned about their children riding the bus. because of things that happen on the bus. So the parents are like, nope, I'm just going to drive them, which then causes traffic issues, safety issues in front of schools and on the way to and from. And then Van Gogh, I'm so glad you brought up Van Gogh because Supervisor Canepa knows, I already had it written on my paper here, is that was something that people utilized, and going back to that accessibility for our elderly and for our youth, and it can reach areas outside. It shouldn't just be between Lodi to Stockton or Stockton to Tracy or to Manteca. It should be inner city, I believe, as well, to reaching those spots where people can reserve that trip by going online and making that schedule. So with that all said, I would say that, the current system isn't necessarily working. And with that, I would like to nominate Geneva Morad to be on the RTD Commission for the city of Stockton.
I'll second that.
Who did second?
Whoever. Doesn't matter. Pick, Chair. That's one of your.
Okay. Motion by Mayor Fugazi, second by Supervisor Rickman. My apologies.
No worries.
Are we going to do joint roll call or separate?
We're going to do a separate joint roll call. So I'll roll call the Board of Supervisors, and then the Madam Clerk from City of Stockton will roll call the City Council members.
Please proceed.
Supervisor Gardia?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa? No. Supervisor Ding?
No.
Supervisor Rickman?
Yes.
And Chair Dhaliwal.
Yes.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Padilla?
Yes.
Councilmember Ponce?
Yeah.
Councilmember Enriquez?
No.
Councilmember Villa-Padua?
Yes.
And Mayor Fugazi.
Yes.
Rochelle, what's the count?
So we have 4 noes and 6 yes. So the motion passes.
Motion passes 6-4 to appoint Geneva Morad to RTD Board. We will adjourn this meeting and we will reconvene in 15 minutes. 15, they have to reset everything.
I said we would be done. Well, I said we better be done by 10 on my end.
I'll call the regular meeting of Board of Supervisors of January 27, 2026 to order. The time for the record is 10:12. The next business is conduct an interview for the, which has been already done. Appointment of one position to the San Joaquin Regional Transit District Board. Appointee position number 5701.1 for the unexpired term of November 8, 2024 through November 8, 2024 through November 8, 2028. The item is listed on the agenda. Rochelle, can you please provide the names of our remaining eligible candidates for the consideration?
Thank you, Chair. We have Aaron Edwards and Stephen Castellanos. At this time, we are not going to redo the interview questions that we've already asked, so I'll turn it back over to the Chair for any additional questions or comments.
Thank you so much. Board members, any questions, comments? Yes, sir. Supervisor Gardia.
You know, I grew up in this community and drove the bus quite often. You know, I grew up on the east side of Stockton, and when we used to come downtown, we used to call it uptown, never called it downtown. And, you know, in this time and age, you got to be able to adjust. You know, we have the data for years and years of what our ridership has been. And, you know, we talk about change and adapting to the needs of our community, especially in a time where, you know, the economic uncertainty that we have in front of us, we just don't know. So you got to sometimes think outside the box and see how we could provide a better service. So with that statement or the comment, I'd like to make a motion, unless one of my other colleagues would like to make a comment before I make a motion.
Any comments?
I'd like to, a motion for, to appoint Aaron Edwards to RTT.
I'll second.
We have a motion and second. Roll call, please. Oh, we're going to, okay.
And Chair, we should take public comments on this item as
Oh,
well.
I'm sorry. Before we take the vote, are there any public comments on this item? Anybody from public? Yes, sir, please. My bad.
And it's not just this appointment, but it's, I think every appointment we have to a board or commission, and it's just kind of my policy. My comments about our TD are not directed at a sitting board member like Steve Castellanos. It's to make a point, but I also believe that before you select someone to replace him, you have to tell me why the person that's already there should basically be taken off the board. As I think my colleagues know, we've had so many, when you first come onto the board, you know, I didn't know that moments when you get onto the board and you have these thoughts in your mind of the way it should work. And until you've actually sat on a board for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and figured out the inner workings of that board, you're really not relevant to the conversation. So I don't think you could beat the experience. I don't see a reason to remove Mr. Castellanos from the board. So it's nothing against Mr. Edwards, who's been a phenomenal public servant, phenomenal guy. I just don't think it's right to remove somebody that's already there, so I will be dissenting on that.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Rochelle, you already called for the vote, right? Yes. Okay. Board members, please cast your vote.
I think we're just waiting on Supervisor Dean.
Motion passes 4-1. At this time, Madam Clerk, would you like to state the correct count for the joint meeting?
Thank you, Chair Dhaliwal. I do want to make a correction. During the vote for the joint meeting was 7-3 with 3 noes,
Thank
not 6-4.
Thank you so much. Next, we have a proclamation, National Cancer Prevention Month for our county. Supervisor Rickman, would you join me at the lectern, sir? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd also like to invite Public Health Director Renee Sanseri to the podium as we read this proclamation, which states, whereas according to the United States government, close to 2 million citizens were diagnosed with cancer in 2025, with over 600,000 losing their lives to it. And whereas research indicates that more than 40% of cancer cases and nearly half of the deaths can be attributed to preventable causes, including excessive alcohol use, smoking, obesity, physical activity, and unprotected sun exposure. And whereas lung cancer is the leading cause of cancer deaths for men and women, with 3 out of 10 of these deaths related to cigarette smoking. And whereas for those who currently possess unhealthy habits, lifestyle changes such as quitting smoking, losing weight, regular exercise, use of sunblocks, and limiting sun exposure may reduce the risk of cancer. And whereas a consistently healthy dietary pattern carries the potential of reducing a person's overall risk of contracting cancer by 10 to 20%. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim February 11th, 2026 as National Cancer Prevention Month in San Joaquin County and encourages all citizens to educate themselves on cancer prevention and put into action these healthy preventative measures. Presented this 27th day of January 2026. Chair Dhaliwal and Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Rochelle. It's a horrible disease, and I don't think there's any family that's not been affected by it. I know certainly mine has. We lost our father to leukemia. I think with early detection treatment, we can still beat this. I will turn it over to Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just going to turn it over to you before I make my comments. And thank you very much for being here once again. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Chair Dhaliwal, Board of Supervisors, CAO, County Council. Thank you, Supervisor Rickman, for having Healthcare Services Agency accept this proclamation for National Cancer Prevention Month. I'm Renee Sanseri, Public Health Director and Director of Nursing. Today, we recognize National Cancer Prevention Month, a time to focus not just on cancer awareness, but on prevention, hope, and action. Did you know that about 4 in 10 cancer cases in the United States are considered preventable through healthy lifestyle choices and regular screenings? Making thoughtful decisions like avoiding tobacco, staying physically active, eating well, protecting our skin from the sun, and getting our recommended checkups can significantly reduce our risk. Cancer remains a major health challenge in our country. It is the second leading cause of death in the United States, accounting for roughly 1 in every 6 deaths. In San Joaquin County, cancer takes the lives of more than 1,100 people each year. That means in our community, about 3 people die from cancer every day. Behind these numbers are real people, our friends, family members, neighbors, and coworkers, which is why this month is not only about statistics, but about the lives they represent. This month, we also take the time to celebrate those who bravely fought cancer and are now survivors. Their strength and resilience inspire us and remind us why prevention and early detection matter. At the same time, we honor and remember those we have lost, holding their memories close and letting them motivate us to continue to fight for better prevention, care, and cures. National Cancer Prevention Month reminds us that prevention is not just personal, it's a shared responsibility. By turning awareness into action, making informed choices, protecting our health, and supporting one another, we strengthen our communities, honor the lives touched by cancer, and commit to building a healthier, cancer-free future. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I want to say thank you to your team and everybody with our, the great job they do for our residents. But, I bring this every year. I think, as our chairman was saying, I think majority of our families have been touched by cancer in some way, and nobody's immune from that. But the prevention side, we have, Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We have all these different cancers every month, Awareness Month. But the prevention side, I just read an article last week, I forget what type of cancer it was, but they were saying the number one age group were folks under 50. So I think a lot of people, when they think of cancer, they think of, older folks or, so on. But today we're here to let everybody know, hey, go get that annual physical. If you're at a certain age, please get checked up. If you're, nobody likes to go to the doctor. Well, I shouldn't say nobody. Most people don't like to go to the doctor, but it is necessary and for that long life and preventive care and peace of mind. So again, thank you, and I'm going to turn it back over to you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Garcia, your thoughts, sir?
I just think the biggest key is early detection is the key to success for battling cancer. And, in my past career was as a firefighter. Firefighters are 7 times more likely to get cancer due to all the carcinogens that we're exposed to. And so over my career, I've seen a lot of cancer patients that receive early detection and honestly save their lives. So, don't talk about it, be about it. Go out there and see your doctors and be prepared, because it's not just you, it's your family that it's gonna be affected by cancer. So thank you for what you do, and thank you for having this proclamation.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Canepa?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Workman, for bringing this forward. Everybody knows somebody, that's either fighting or have passed away and have loved ones, so it's important that we can do as a community what we can, not only to help those folks, but to give them, better medical services and better, ways to get checked. And so clinics and the county's mobile health and all that, I think, need to be utilized to people's advantage. So thank you for what you do, and thank you, and hopefully we can, through education, save somebody's life. So thanks.
Thank you, sir. Vice Chair Day?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Rickman, for bringing this forward, and I'm going to vote no on cancer as well.
Members, please join us. Now is the time for public comments. Anyone who wants to speak on item that's not listed on this agenda may do so now. You will get 3 minutes. Please direct your comments, questions to the board members. No personal attacks, please. And the board is prohibited to take action on an item that's not listed on this agenda. The first speaker is Molly Watkins.
Good morning, gentlemen. Okay, so I saw in the packet that the committees will all be assigned and approved today, and then we will have a new chairman for the Election Advisory Committee. The committee hasn't met since March of last year, and we were told that we would have a meeting after November 4th. It's after November 4th, we need to schedule a meeting. One of the top priorities for that meeting should be to understand what happened in the fall election. The ROV's office needs to explain how one precinct did not bring their ballots the night of the election to be counted, and the sheriff had to go and sequester those ballots and bring them back to finish the tally for election night. So That's very important. We need to figure out why that happened, and how we can prevent that from happening in the next election. So again, let's get this scheduled, let's get moving, and let's make our election safe, secure, and transparent. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lauren Cardinelli.
In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Psalm 27, the Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom should I fear? The Lord is my life, my refuge. Of whom should I be afraid? I believe that I shall see the bounty of the Lord in the land of the living. Wait for the Lord with courage. Be stout-hearted and wait for the Lord. I come to you today as a humble and sorrowful heart, like Our Lady of Sorrows in Thornton. I bring you the helping hands of a mother as my good faith effort to help you as the board assist you in meeting your strategic priorities. Your quality of life issues require early intervention, education, and public safety, support of healthy community prevention, and an optimal approach. Chair Dollywall, when you took your role as a public servant, you were humbled by the love and support of your family. You said that you wanted everyone to reach their full potential. Last week I provided a situational awareness report to you. Your exercise of your operation is an extreme risk. It is known as a human-caused civil disturbance. The Brown Act is my memorandum of understanding with you. You are not prohibited from talking to me if I tell you there is a dire emergency situation where the children and the elderly have been endangered and abused by the state of California, guiding and recommending you in the wrong direction. On November 25th, your duty officer in writing told me my constitutional rights end and my responsibilities begin. I am a qualified and quantified hours state health and service officer. This is my official report to you that I submitted to Chair Canepa through the Board of Office, a safety condition report. Your safety officer is your highest ranked officer in your land. She told me that you are the person I need to speak with about this emergency situation. The average age of people dying from cancer is 44.4 after taking an injection. The injection is an mRNA LNP. It is a prohibited medical procedure. In your EOP, you said a strength was to use a non-pharmaceutical intervention. You passed it out at pharmacies. You violated the state emergency management system, and you're violating your IAPP by not initiating two-way communication with me. If I tell you as a certified health and safety officer to your safety officer and to you, Ms. Regalo, and to you, Mr. Dollywall, as our directors of emergency services, it is your duty and your charge and your obligation to protect our children. We have 200,000 children that you have led to the slaughter of the medical industry. I will be submitting today a safety work report that you are to process through the proper channels. I have already passed this up the chain of command to federal and state authorities. I can't go to Cal OES until they process it. You are allowed to protect the children and the elderly. You are allowed to save our lives.
Thanks, Lauren. Next is Eric Christensen.
Good morning. My name is Eric Christen. I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition for Fair Employment and Construction. It's good to be before you again, just here today to follow up on some of the emails and correspondence we've sent you with regards to the issue of project labor agreements. One of the most important ones was the fair PLA language that we submitted to the board after the last board discussion, asking staff to move forward with the negotiations of the PLA. And the key 4 provisions that are found in any PLA that make them implicitly or explicitly discriminatory towards the 90% of the construction workforce that chooses to wake up on a daily basis and work in a union-free environment in the state of California, those 4 provisions are that a local contractor, say DD Construction, you look at any project labor agreement in the region or throughout the state, we're a statewide organization, they are offered anywhere from none of their core workers to maybe 6. Now, I represent construction companies that employ more than 2,000, like Berg Electric, more than 2,000 electricians. but they're only allowed to use a couple under a PLA. So that provision is completely discriminatory, unnecessary, and you'll lock your local contractors out. There should be no limit on the core workforce of local workers. It should be any local worker, whether they're in a union or a non-union environment. Secondly, those workers, the couple that are allowed under a PLA are then forced to pay into a union health, welfare, and pension plan, which, being a former union member, I'm well aware of, but it takes 5 years to vest in those. So if those non-union construction company workers work for 5 months or even a year, they'll never vest, and that money's lost to them. The money should be able to, the language we sent you, the fair PLA language, which is language from other PLAs. None of this is just made up. It's used from other PLAs in the state and the country. They can keep their current benefit packages. You know, it's a prevailing wage job, so they get the benefits. The money should follow the worker, not be sent into a union trust, hoping they vest in it and get it back at a later date. The third thing is non-union apprenticeship programs under every PLA that I've ever read are explicitly forbidden. So you're locking those men and women out who are in these state-approved, federally approved programs that do an excellent job, and I hope you've had a chance to visit both the union and the non-union programs in the region because they're quite excellent. But those non-union men and women that are in the non-union apprenticeship programs, they're not allowed to work under a PLA at all. We have fair PLA language that says, if you're in a state-approved apprenticeship program, you're able to work. You cannot be excluded. Who can argue against that? And lastly, just on the union dues side, if you're a non-union worker, you just shouldn't have to pay union dues. So 30 seconds. So we did submit those. It's called the fair PLA language. It makes it to where all the contractors that spoke that are opposed to PLAs, they could at least work under it. And I would ask you to also consider taking a survey of the contractors that have done work for you over the last 5 years and survey them on what they've done. State Centered Community College District did it. They found they'd lose 163 of their 199 companies that have been working for them if they did put a PLA into effect, just down in Fresno. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, Rex Heim.
Good morning, supervisors and staff. My name is Rex Heim with the Western Electrical Contractors Association. I've been spending a little time the last couple of weeks in our apprenticeship training facility and talking about San Joaquin County, and I got to step into some of the classes to talk about project labor agreements. And I asked, hey, do any of you live in San Joaquin County? A couple hands go up. They asked me, well, why do you ask? What's going on? And I explained to them what a project labor agreement is and that the county's talking about doing one right now. And their only question to me is, why? Why would I not be allowed to work where I live when I'm in a state-approved apprenticeship program? I am doing the best to do the best for my life and my family, and they cannot even wrap their heads around why that may happen in a project labor agreement. I tend to agree with them, but it's real lives of people you're impacting here with this big decision. I'd love to invite all of you to come see our facility, meet some of our apprentices. Hopefully we can time it up with some local apprentices from San Joaquin as well. I think that would be great. But I do also want to touch on the fact that the fair PLA language is really, really key, as well as doing a contractor survey with the people who have been working with you for such a long time to continue that relationship and allow fair and open competition in the construction industry in San Joaquin. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board at this time? Thank you so much. Let's move on to meeting minutes, January 13, 2026. Board members, the minutes are listed on the agenda. Any questions?
Go ahead.
I'll second it. Motion and a second. Call for vote, please. Motion passes 5-0. Board members, any consent item needs to be pulled?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to pull number 28.
28. Anybody else? Okay. Anybody else? 19. Okay, Vice Chair Ding, let's deal with 28 first.
If I could have, is Chief Jackson still here, and Emily? Can you guys come forward, please? This is them, right? No, DA. Or DA, I'm sorry. I thought you guys did what, he has to arrest him and then you get him. Okay, I'm ahead of the ball game. What's that? Yeah, I'd actually like the chief and Emily up here too, to talk about the task force and sex trafficking.
If it pleases the board, what do we say we have my whole group come up here and join me?
I think we should do what you want to do today, DA. Have your whole group come forward. I think, Mr. District Attorney, the one thing that the residents in my district are shocked to hear is when we get into the debate about the homeless populations and we're talking about what's going on there, they look like a deer in the headlights when I bring up the sex trafficking that's happening within the population. And I would have thought as much education as this group does over and over again, it's one of those things you just assume everybody knows, and they don't.
That's a very good point, Supervisor. Chairman Dhaliwal, Vice Chairman Ding, County Administrator Regalo, thank you very much for this opportunity for this proclamation. As your district attorney, I am committed to the fight against the darkness that is human trafficking. It is a global problem and is felt right here in San Joaquin County every day. It has impacted thousands of our neighbors, as we have seen firsthand, not only in cases that we have prosecuted, but through resources our Family Justice Center provides to survivors. In the past 3 years, we have made significant strides in combating human trafficking in San Joaquin County. Our Family Justice Center has assisted hundreds of human trafficking victims. Our Assault Task Force, the first in the county, first in the Central Valley, is a collaboration between our office, the Sheriff's Department, probation, other law enforcement agencies, and has significantly diminished the occurrence of human trafficking within San Joaquin County to apprehending responsible offenders and helping survivors recover. I want to recognize the vital role of everyone, from truckers who travel our transportation corridors, to teachers, to retail workers, and emphasize their crucial partnership in our effort to combat human trafficking. Successful cases have shown the power of collaboration between law enforcement, our surrounding community, and our private partners leads to prevention and the arrest in these crimes. I firmly believe that empowerment through awareness, I encourage everyone to learn how to recognize and report suspicious behavior, suspicious activities related to human trafficking. If you see something, say something so we can do something. Community engagement is key. Join us in this fight against human trafficking by staying informed and vigilant. You can help save a life. Human Trafficking Awareness Month is a powerful reminder of the ongoing battle, but my office is dedicated to this fight beyond the month of January. I implore all of you to remain committed throughout the entire year and be a witness to the impact of joint initiatives like this one as we showcase real results in raising awareness and dismantling human trafficking networks right here at home. I want to say thanks to our elected officials who are at the forefront of fighting human trafficking in San Joaquin County. Also, my law enforcement partners in the county, Sheriff Pat Withrow and Chief Steve Jackson. Could not ask for two better partners to fight this battle. Also, our partners in Sacramento who continue to make fighting human trafficking a focus in our legislature, in our laws. And our Board of Supervisors, for having this proclamation, who make all the difference in the world and have been partners with myself and our sheriff and probation in making sure we have the necessary resources we need. Finally, I'd like to thank all of our law enforcement partners, the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors, for continuing to move
this epidemic out of the dark and into the light with the goal of eradicating this plague in our county. Also, our partners here today, we have the Family Justice Center, Family Justice Center Foundation, County Office of Education, Without Permission, the Ended Alliance, Department of Child Support Services, Prevail, District Attorney Victim Witness, and my dedicated district attorneys and investigators. Thank you very much for this proclamation and recognizing them here today.
Supervisor Garcia?
I actually think it's fitting not just to have you up here, even though you're a great representative of your team, but to actually have your team up here who does a phenomenal job trying to combat, which is one of the horrific things that happen in our community with the human trafficking. So I appreciate you bringing the team up, and thank you all for what you do.
And we have Nala the Wonder Dog Supervisor too, so thank you.
Supervisor Canepa?
Great open house last week at the new digs. It's a great facility for people to get help. And I think it's important. I mean, I know a lot of folks don't like it, but the START app and the drop down for the sex trafficking, I think it's vital. I know sometimes we worry about infringement on people's pictures and things like that, but giving victims a voice and giving folks a tool so that we can combat that is sometimes, I think, a little bit more important than the privacy sometimes of these victims, because people see it and it's in their neighborhoods. Folks that live on Sierra Nevada, you know, that see it on the daily. I think you said that, see something, say something, and I think it's vital for us as people to give dignity back to these folks that are trafficked. So thank you for the staff. You had a great open house, and we all gave for Camp Hope, you know what I mean, to give some people some dignity and some chances to heal, I think is a huge part of what we can do as a community. So thank you for all that you do. Deeply appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, sir. Vice Chair Ding? Any comments, sir?
No, I'll probably call up another wrong group. So I just thank you for everything. And it's absolutely a team effort, and especially some of your volunteers that have been having some of the fundraisers around town for the Family Justice Center and who sold me infusers. Thank you. There's somebody very happy with you. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairman.
Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, District Attorney Freitas and your team. Thank you to Pat Withrow and the Sheriff's Department, our Probation Department. Thank you for what you do, and our San Joaquin Justice Center. You know, we just had an event here, was it last month or so, and which was, you know, critical in forming our community, because, you know, human trafficking does not happen somewhere else. It happens in cities, towns, and communities just like, you know, just like ours, and it has. And you know, and if you look at our budget and you look at what we have voted on the past year and continue to vote here as a Board of Supervisor for funding, and, you know, strong enforcement is critical to combating human trafficking. So when you see our support for our Sheriff's Department, Probation Department, our District Attorney's Office for funding for various positions, and this is one of the reasons why, is that, you know, the more enforcement we can have. I mean, this is, you know, human trafficking a lot of times are one of those crimes that are hidden in the shadows, and it's not always just about, you know, sex trafficking. It's also about, you know, bringing, you know, making people work for free or pennies on the dollar, you know. And so, again, thank you for the work that you do, and thank you for my colleagues and, you know, the support that we give our allied agency, law enforcement personnel.
Thank you, sir. I attended human trafficking awareness and sex trafficking awareness meeting in Manteca. Was very educational, but shocking and sad at the same time. The information that was shared is just unbelievable, how our young men and young women are being abused. The next meeting is on February 19th at 6 o'clock at Manteca Transit Center. So if you can attend, please do. And thank you, sir. Thank you for everything you and your team are doing to protect our.
Thank you for this proclamation, Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Let's take a picture.
Very good.
You can. We can. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I know, all over.
That's okay.
Right?
That's like to keep her attention.
All right, you good? Yeah. Oh, of course not. All right.
She gonna give you the evil eye.
Thank you. Supervisor Garcia, number 19.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I pulled 19. I just want to know, honestly, is to get a little clarification of what are the benefits to extending this contract?
Again, good morning, Chair Dollywall, members of the board. I'm Chris Woods. It's my privilege to serve as your Human Services Agency Director. Supervisor Garcia, through the chair. For us, it is immediately is continuity of service, the best pricing that can be reasonably secured. Purchasing went out for bid on a countywide basis back in 2022 and secured a number of vendors. The current vendor that we're proposing to continue to move forward with to exercise the last 2 years of the extension was the highest rated proposal at the time when the evaluation was done. We're very happy with their service at the Human Services Agency, and we believe it's the best option for moving forward for the next 2 years.
So when that RFP comes up in the near future, when will that process start?
So I know that the RFP process that is addressed by county purchasing takes close to a year for a project like this. Director of Purchasing could probably provide more specifics, but for a countywide service, it takes a very long, and there you are.
Good morning, Chairman Dollywall and members of the board. Through the chair, Supervisor Garcia, actually, it does take 8 to 9 months to undergo this process. We're going to be starting it in August this year, although the contract expires next year, because we also have to go through AB 339. It's a new law out there that we have to follow where any classification, job classification at the county that could potentially be a hire for the county has to go through the union. And then we may be required to do a meet and confer with the union and then go from there. Once we get that approval from the union, from HR, then we can go ahead and conduct the RFP.
So has it ever been costed out to have the ability to use our own to provide the same services?
No, I don't believe that that's been addressed. I'm not sure whether HR needs to get involved with something like this to see whether that particular classification has to be hired within the county, because there are other considerations, like you have full-time employees and the benefits. What is that in comparison to hiring, having a list of on-call janitorial services, that we have the ability to cure any any misunderstandings or any if there's anything wrong with their services, right? We can get a cure, we can terminate that contract, we can go to another vendor that is on the on-call list. Jennifer, do you have any comments regarding hires?
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Dollywall, members of the board. Through the chair, Supervisor Gardia. There would be some time and effort taken to cost that type of endeavor to convert from contracted services to hiring county staff to do those same services. Certainly something that, an exercise that we can go through. As Concepcion mentioned, the AB 339 requires us to notice the union before issuing an RFP for work that could be performed by one of our bargaining units, which this certainly would be bargaining unit work. That's a 45-day requirement before we issue the RFP. It requires us to meet and confer with the union regarding that, and that certainly would be one of their questions. Is there a reason why we're not using represented employees to perform this work? So obviously, throughout the county, there are several areas where contracted services are used for janitorial service, and that may be a discussion that we'll have with departments, with purchasing, the county administrator, and with our unions.
Yeah, and the reason why I pulled it is I'm not quite, by no means am I questioning the process. It's just more of education for myself because I believe, sometimes it's easy to extend versus putting it out for RFP to see if we could actually get a better deal or get a better service. Obviously, if you're happy with the service and, it seems to work, I totally understand that. I just think, especially going to, the economic uncertainty, that we need to look at different options. And this might be the best option, but I just want to make sure that we cover all ends to make sure that we have a choice. And that's why I brought this up.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else, any questions? Do you have a question?
I mean, I just have one question. So if you're gonna look at that one, then you could look into security also, because I mean, that would be another kind of subbed out service that we do. And then do we use the same company to clean the building here, or do we have a different supplier or company, the janitorial?
As far as the admin building, I'm sorry, through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you,
Different
Dan.
vendor or different?
We're getting every department up here, thank you.
Good morning, Dan Wirtz, Director of General Services. Yes, we contract with the same vendor to clean the administration building along with several other buildings here in the downtown corridor.
Perfect. I just want to commend one of the ladies that works for this company, does an amazing job. There's a gentleman that is in a wheelchair, and she changes him before she comes to work, and she helps take care of him during the day and brings him lunch. And so I'm not sure of her name, but she's an amazing human being. So she does a great job cleaning, and then she does a great job of taking care of another human being right across the street. So I want to commend them for their employee. Thank you.
Thank you, staff. Rochelle, you need a separate motion for 28 and 19?
I don't believe anybody is requesting a separate motion.
Board members, do we have motion for consent calendar?
Move to approve.
I'll second. We have a motion and second. Call for vote, please. Motion passes 5-0. Next, we have closed session. County Council, can you please announce the items listed on the agenda for the closed session?
Yes, we have closed session, which, as listed on the agenda, it'll involve labor negotiations. Then we have a case that we're discussing, which is Thompson versus the County of San Joaquin. Then we have another case, which is anticipated litigation. And then finally, as listed on the agenda, there will be discussion regarding a piece of property that the county may be considering. I expect there may be something to report out afterward.
Thank you, sir. At this time, the board will recess to closed session.
Yes, reporting out of closed session with regard to Alan Thompson versus County of San Joaquin. Supervisor Kenepa recused himself, and Supervisor Ding made a motion, which was seconded by Supervisor Gardia, and by a vote of 4-0, the board approved settling that matter, the terms and conditions of which will become available upon request once all parties have signed off on the settlement document. That's all the reportable action.
Thank you, sir. Any comments, questions? Yes, sir.
Been very busy, but I'm not going to get into that now. I just have a question for Rochelle, our clerk of the board. When our agenda comes out on Friday, are we having issues with not the board itself, but outside or other departments putting their request in past the deadline?
Yes, so I actually did and plan to start tracking what our timeliness rate is. For the January 27th meeting, there was a 30% timeliness rate. So that means only 30% of the items submitted were submitted and completed timely.
And, and that extends when we can get our budget out. It's coming out Friday. I mean, I'm not talking about board members here because, I know based on experience, sometimes we get last minute things. But, why aren't we holding other departments to the standard that, we talked about, several months ago when we had this whole discussion? Because if things are being held up and we're not being able to get our stuff until Friday, I mean, the other departments need to know that we have a time limit, they can't submit it, then you miss out and you go to the next round.
I agree. The clerk of the board's office has no authority with the agenda. I'll defer to the county administrator, who has taken recent actions to address it. So
All right, well, I know it's not an agendized item, so I'll leave it at that. So that's just my 2 cents. Thank you, Chair.
Anything from my right? Nothing? Okay. We will adjourn this meeting to February 10th at 9 a.m.